Welcome to Carolina Carnage 2025. We are at Garrison Arena for the 9th year of Carolina Carnage in beautiful Pendleton, South Carolina. We're getting ready to kick off the second day of action at Carolina Carnage. We have two lists working today. You are watching the live stream for the purple and yellow list. There is a link in the comments for the red and blue list. Today, to begin the action for the men's 5 versus 5, taking a look at the lists, we'll have the teams up very soon. We're also going to have some really good graphics going on this year. We've got some great upgrades for you, and we hope you enjoy them. Make sure in the comments to shout out where you're watching from and who you're cheering along with. We've got a lot of folks that are returning from previous years. Maybe this is your first year. Maybe this is your 9th. We've been streaming since the very beginning. This is a record-setting year already at Carnage. We have exceeded our pre-order tickets compared to last year. We have over 500 competitors and staff. Up first on the purple side, we have Atlanta Valor against the Peasant Uprising in gold and black. First contact in the center of the field, breaking up. It's what seems to be a 2-on-1 and a 4-on-3. Hard axe shot swinging in, and one, it looks like a Valor fighter down. Marshall may have also called the Peasant down as well, yes. 4-4. Looks like a weapon was dropped. That Valor fighter, when dropping a weapon, has to return to the edge of the list field and pick up one of his own team's weapons to be able to continue making aggressive action against his opponents. Still appears 4-4. Oh, some hard axe shots coming in on the head. Atlanta using that axe early in the day to rein in pain. Good takedown defense by Uprising. A trade. It looks like we're at 2 and 3 in favor of Valor potentially. We got Marshall's calling a stoppage at the moment. Okay, one of the Atlanta fighters has been sat down. And we're 2-2 at the purple and yellow list. Again, Atlanta Valor fighting out of the purple side in their purple tunics. And it looks like that's going to be 2-1 in favor of Valor. We'll see if the Peasant is able to use those down fighters as obstacles to trip one of the Valor competitors. It's difficult to come back from a 2-1 deficit here, but certainly not unheard of, especially early in the day when the fighters are fresh. Good teamwork out of Atlanta. But the Uprising fighter still maintaining. In situations like this, that one fighter that is expending so much effort is actually giving his teammates a chance to rest, the ones that are on their knees. This buys some extra time. But Valor finishes the round 2-0. At this point, they'll go to a brief pause, a chance to swap out weapons, swap out with other fighters, with the alternate competitors, so that there are only 5 competitors on the field from each team at a time. And then we'll jump right back in for round 2. Early on in the history of Carnage, many of the teams were well balanced and would fight to the 3rd round. But over time, the strategy seemed to be to really push that 2nd round for a win. Those 3rd rounds will build up over the day and really wear a team out over the course of an entire tournament. Not that today's tournament is going to be over in one day. The finals will be tomorrow, as well as the other elimination rounds, of course. Again, we're glad to have you joining us for Carnage 2025. Marshals are going around, the folks in yellow, they'll be going around and double checking the fighters to make sure they have all their required equipment, make sure something wasn't left off. Some of these fighters have been cycled from the additional 8 team members, total 8 team members, I should say, that make up a 5-person fielded team. They have 3 alternates that can swap in and out between rounds to keep some of the fighters fresh. So in the chat, Alfie is asking, how does the scoring work? So initially we begin with 5 fighters on each side, and they are out of competition for that round when 3 points of contact meet the ground or they leave the list field. Or additionally, if they have an armor failure that makes them not able to compete, if a helmet comes off, something along those lines. So at that point, competitors from each side will face off. Someone makes contact, whether by enemy action or by their own, let's say, discoordination. If they trip and fall, they're out of the fight. At the end of the round, it's scored for the winning team. It could be 5-1, 4-1, or 3-1. And that one leftover fighter, it's basically a mercy stoppage, because so frequently, if you have a 3-on-1 or higher ratio, that one last fighter is at a very high risk of injury and a very low chance of turning the tide and bringing it back around. Each bout between teams will be best of 3, often ending in just 2, with a dominant team taking the first 2 rounds to stay fresh for the later bouts. From there, the teams are fighting within pools. The winner, the top 2 teams from each pool, will go into the elimination brackets and eventually to the finals. You'll notice a variety of different weapon choices out there, and there is no mix of weapons that is required. You can have a 2-handed sword, a 2-handed axe. You can have an axe and a shield, a sword and a shield. You cannot have 2 shields alone, but the style of shield is limited by the requirements of weight and size, historical accuracy as well. And it looks like Atlanta is fielding maybe another axe compared to last time. First contact, against the list, 4-4. Once a down fighter hits the ground, they have to stay where they're at unless there's a safety issue. They become a roadblock or an obstacle for the rest of the competitors. And it can be a bit strategic with where and how they're used. Oh, in the top left corner, a peasant swinging that axe hard into the lats of the Valor fighter and taken down. 4-3, Atlanta up. the grappling side of this may seem a little odd when you think of them going out there with axes, but grappling can often be more effective at getting folks to the ground rather than just a succession of hard shots. Oh, it looks like there was an alternate trade there. We're at 2-1, and the Peasant Uprising uses a down fighter as an obstacle to take round 2. This is going to round 3 between Atlanta Valor and Peasant Uprising. Ilya asks if it's allowed in the U.S. to grab the opponent with the stuff on the neck. Not sure if you're referring to the mantle, to the cameo, or if you're talking about a weapon around the neck. There are certain allowances for gripping the haft of a weapon with both hands around an opponent with a head and arm, but you're typically not supposed to try to dislodge a piece of armor. If that's happening, the marshal should step in. We have a full day of action here for you. If you can, make sure you join us in person sometime this weekend at the T. Ed Garrison Arena in beautiful Pendleton, South Carolina. And we'd like to thank Clemson University for allowing us to host here, as well as Anderson County for helping make this happen. This is our 9th year here, and we hope for it to go on forever. Atlanta Valor cycled out a couple of folks, but maintained a few more. The max you can cycle out in a round, of course, is 3. Uprising seems ready to go. The marshals taking their positions to hope to avoid getting hit on their own. Head marshal in that list getting ready to start the action. That's Josh Waters, a very experienced marshal. A little bit of hesitation for first contact here, but again, they're keeping the combat to the edge of the list at the barrier. Not much combat in open field yet. And it looks like Valor has traded. We're 4-4, now 3-3. Now Valor is up by 1, 3-2. Atlanta taking quick action in the 3rd round, trying to finish strong. The Atlanta Axeman looking for an open target. It looks like he's found one on the other side of the field. This is going to hurt. And that fighter is down on shots. And it scored 2-0. The round scored 2-0 to Atlanta Valor and going 3-1 overall to Atlanta. Up next on the purple and yellow list, we have the Blood Eagles entering from the purple gate and Imperium from the yellow side. So today will be the 5 versus 5, and tomorrow we'll have the elimination rounds for 5 versus 5, the 12 versus 12, and the larger bouts. You can find the schedule at palmetto.com. Find the Carolina Carnage link, scroll down about 3/4 down the page, and you'll find a tournament schedule link. If you follow that, it will give the list of all the events happening throughout the weekend here. For those of you asking for a wide shot on the cameras, we have a slight bit of a different setup this year. There was some complaints about shifting from one list to the other last year. So what we've got going on is one stream on the purple and yellow list consistently, and the other on the red and blue list consistently. If you look higher up in the comments, there is a link to the red and blue list as well, and you can open them in different framed tabs so you can watch them at the same time. There's a question about the list of teams participating. Yes, if you will scroll to the top of the comment section here, you'll find a Google document that has a list of each team competing in each pool, so you can follow along. They'll also be updating the scores on that Google document so you can see after the bout which one has scored how much. Up next, on the purple side, we have the Blood Eagles. On the yellow side, Imperium. Both teams returning this year. Glad to see them back. And this year we have competitors from across the country and across the world. We have competitors this weekend from Italy, France, Poland, Scotland, England, the Netherlands, Canada, Australia, and all over the United States. One Blood Eagle down. Hard shots coming in from Imperium. One Imperium down. It's wait. Now I see another Imperium down. It looks like it's 4-3 in favor of the Blood Eagles. There's another Imperium down, it seems, 4-2. And the judges stop it at 4-1 in favor of the Blood Eagles. Round one going to the Blood Eagles in fairly quick fashion. Imperium not out yet. They're a hard-hitting team, and they can come back in round two. All right, folks, I had to step away for just a moment, but it looks like that second round went to the Blood Eagles as well, taking it in two. Up next, on the purple side, we have Kenyaz Fire versus the Wendigo, entering from the yellow list. Entering from the purple list, Kenyaz Fire in the black tabards with the red and gold sun. Some have the Texas flag somewhat on the side. Some have the United States flag. Their opponents, the Wendigo. Fighting out of the Great White North, Canada. The gates are closed and we're ready for round one. Josh calls a start to the action, and Kenyaz taking the center. Measuring out, some intermediate contact at the edges. A little bit of action in the center, but the runners break away, looking to get in the backfield. Some hard. Still 5-5. Kenyaz and Wendigo. Evenly matched so far. It looks like we have a Wendigo down. So 5-4 Kenyaz. Maybe not. I thought it was the down fighter. Maybe not. The runners working in the corner of the list. Oh, and there's our first down fighter. It's going to be 5-4 Kenyaz now. Nice hard axe shot raining in. Axeman looking for his target, and Kenyaz takes the round. 5-1. As well as the outrance fights coming up in just a bit. One of the things I'm always happy to see on the Carnage live stream is the engagement with the fans, both new and seasoned, helping each other out and helping us out in the booth. There are several times we need some pronunciation assistance. And I got some of that yesterday and helped a ton. Thank you. We're ready for round 2. Kenyaz fire on your left. Wendigo on your right. Kenyaz taking the first round. Some weapon contact. Look like they're feeling out the position on the field. Runners are in the backfield, but they're engaged with one another. Haven't broken away just yet. Some hard axe shots coming in low from Wendigo. One Wendigo down. 5-4 Kenyaz. And another 5-3. The tide's coming in hard for these hard-fighting Canadians. But they're not giving up. Hard axe shot coming in from Kenyaz. Wendigo seeming unfazed. Another Wendigo fighter down. Looks like 4-2 Kenyaz. Looks like maybe a weapon was dropped. And that's the round. Kenyaz taking it 4-1. Round 2, taking the match to Kenyaz. Federico, thanks for cheering on from Argentina. Glad to have you with us. Up next, we have the Wyverns versus Bastion. Wyverns fighting out of the purple gate, Bastion out of yellow. Bastion, one of our South Carolina teams. The Wyverns fighting in black and green, returning from previous years, as is Bastion, a returning team this year, in indigo and gold. In the background there, you see some of the crowd coming in. Now that is the smaller side of the arena. The side that the live stream is on is certainly more filled in with spectators than the side the live stream is facing. We have multiple vendors here this year, our largest year for the festival side of the Carnage weekend, expanding from initially mostly just fighters many years ago now to a growing event year in and year out. The action about to begin in the purple and yellow list. I see Ian Webb out there, our men's conference champion. I believe that's Ian. Men's conference champion for polearm, I believe. Fighting with a two-handed murder weapon is what it looks like. Both teams working the middle, no contact yet. Sizing one another up, a little bit of testing. Some hard shots from that two-handed sword. Oh no, that can't be Ian. It's at least a foot too short. Looks like one fighter each down. Seems 4-4. I take that back, 5-4. with Bastion up. A hard hit, but the Wyvern still standing. Almost took a trip over the down fighter. Marshall's watching the down fighters. Oh, some hard two-handed sword shots coming in. And they're calling that fighter down. It looks like 5-1 in favor of Bastion. 5-1, Bastion taking round one. Addie, thanks for cheering on Bastion. Marshals are checking the helmets of the Bastion fighters again, and, of course, of the Wyverns. For the new fighters that are alternating in for round two, they have not been checked for this bout yet, so a fresh check is always good. Those helmets are really strapped down. One of the most dangerous situations that can occur is a helmet popping off during combat, especially during melee combat. So helmet security is paramount. Addie, was that Dylan swinging the two-handed sword last round? And here we go for round two. Wyverns versus Bastion. Initial contact quicker, that two-handed axe reining in early. Bastion seeming to take a more long-reaching approach this morning. Good hard hit from the weapons, good hard hit from the runners. Still 5-5. The finesse and movement of these fighters over the years, and it's 4-4. That finesse and movement of the fighters has increased year after year. Many times at Carnage, we're able to have a bit of a training session for some of the newer fighters from some of the more experienced ones, especially the international competitors that get to come over and join us. We have another Bastion down and one Wyvern down. It looks like we're at maybe 3-3. 3-2, I believe. Nope, 3-3. They were hiding in the pile. Broken up at the moment into 3 1-versus-1 fights. We'll see if someone decides to break away and make it a 2-on-1 somewhere. Looks like the fighters in the corner mainly holding their opponents, waiting for a runner to join them. Weapon strikes are allowed, weapon stabs are not. Punching, kicking, tripping, all of that allowed. The competitor I mentioned earlier, Ian Webb, he loves to headbutt. And boy, howdy can he. He has headbutted me very successfully. And I expect to see some of that later, too. Marshall separating the two fighters in the corner, bringing them out to continue the action. And they work their way back to the corner, for the moment anyway. Still 3-3. If Bastion can take this, they'll prevent the third round. And, of course, Wyverns have to take it to stay alive. And a trade 2-2. Bastion breaking away for a brief 2 versus 1. Can they take advantage? They seem to. It's 2-1. Bastion up. Bastion working hard on the ribs. And Bastion taking round 2, 2-0. And they'll take the match. Up next on the purple and yellow list, we have the Italian Bastards fighting out of the purple gate. And Peasant Uprising returning for their second match of the day out of the yellow gate. We'd like to take a moment, if you look at the bottom of your screen, to thank our many and important sponsors on site with us this year. We have Austin Bruce, State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in South Carolina and North Carolina. Austin, thanks for being here with us this weekend. Age of Craft is sponsoring again this year. We're always happy to have their support. Perennial sponsors of Carnage and many other Palmetto Nights events. Soft Warrior Sparta is sponsoring this year. Thank you. Buhurt Tech is returning. Mad Axe. Gohurt Medieval is sponsoring for an additional year. And Historicum is back as well. Thank you so much. Make sure to check out those sponsors' websites. See if they have products that you can enjoy. I'm sure they do. A little bit of more numbers for the weekend. We have 4 of the Buhurt International Board of Directors members in attendance, showing their commitment to this event, as well as all of the Medieval Combat USA Board of Directors being here, also showing their commitment. Work began on site on Thursday, preparing the list fields for these competitions today. On your left, we have the Italian Bastards in kind of a maroon and blue. Peasant Uprising, bordered blue and gold. Some hard axe shots coming down on that shoulder. Fighter seemed to be unfazed. Axeman looking for his opening. Looks like we have one peasant down in the near field and another. And one Italian, but taking down a peasant with him. It is 4-2 in favor of the Italians. The Italians maybe pointing out a, there it is. That's the round. Marshals have called it. It looks like 4-1. There appeared to be a loose piece of armor on one of the Peasant Uprising fighters in the far left corner. And the marshal calling that fighter down. A quick round for the Italians. Do we have any Italian fans out there cheering on their bastards? Let us know in the chat. I'd like to take a moment to thank our incredible production staff. Joel coming back again this year to make this live stream happen. Dex is back again. Greg, always happy to see you, sir. Working hard before the event, during, and after to make this a success. We're happy to have Dusty with us this year for the first time, as well as Rosanna and Tiffany. Thanks for being here with us up in the live stream booth. We've got round 2 action. Peasant maybe a little tired from their first bout, but they're going to have to pick up this second round. Marshall's calling a stoppage locally for something. Looks like a weapon may be stuck. Either that or an improper grip. A runner breaking away. We have 2 peasants down. It's 5-3 for the Italians. Oh, and a hard axe shot setting the peasant down in 1. That's going to be 5-2. It'll be a hard fight for the peasants to come back, and that's the round. 5-1 for the Italians. Hard work by Peasant Uprising. Make sure to share this link out to all your friends, as well as the link for the red and blue list. We've got nearly 100 folks joining us on the live stream. Thanks for being here. Make sure you shout out where you're watching from. Even if you're watching from the arena, let us know that too. Let us know how many years you've been to Carnage, if this is your first or 5th or more. Let us know if this is your first year watching Carnage, or if you've been here with us every year. Up next, fighting out of the purple list, we have the Blood Eagles returning, and the Wardens for their first match of the day, fighting out of the yellow list. Wardens are in a dark blue with a white stripe. Blood Eagles in black and red. Michael, thanks for cheering on the Italian team. Glad to have you with us. And I want to let you know that your support does matter. I was able to speak with one of the fighters yesterday from the Outrance fights and let her know that her entire MMA studio was on the chat cheering her on. She was so happy to hear that. Initial contact in the center. Some runners breaking away. Still 5-5. Hard axe shot coming in from the Wardens. A weapon retrieval. Both teams still even. Hard hit from the side, recovered. Oh, a hard axe shot knocking the weapon out of the Warden's hand. We've got 1 Blood Eagle down, another Blood Eagle down, another. It's 5-2 at the moment in favor of the Wardens. There we go. It is 5-1. The Wardens taking the round. Round 1 going to the Wardens. Danil, thanks for cheering the Wardens on. We've got a couple of alternates switching out on both sides here. Getting ready for round 2 with the Blood Eagles. All right. We were having a little bit of audio issues that hopefully we've got taken care of now. That last and third round going to the Wardens taking the bout. So far this weekend, we've had some really great competition on the duels side of things. I believe we have an updated list of the duels winners from yesterday. For men's shield, first place was Nicholas Homa, second was Greg Fisher, and third was DeAndre Cyrus. Each of those competitors coming back for many years, doing a great job yesterday. Women's shield, first place was Shoshana Shellum, second was Heather Sanner, and third, Katie Bowman, also returning fighters. The Women's Shield Open Division, first place was Freya Seymour, second, Sandy Alterman, and third, Hunter Crawley, also returning competitors. Men's Buckler, Nicholas Homa placed first again. Stephen Galligan was second, and Matt Rayer was third. Women's Buckler, first place, Christine Napolitano, second, Elise Ellington, and third, Marie Solier Grenier. I hope that's pronounced correctly. In men's longsword, Luca Pinetti was first, Greg Fisher second, and Evan Ringo third. Women's longsword, first place went to Anna von Wesselborg, second to Beth Hammer, third, Katie Bowman. Men's polearm, first place was Johnny Porter. We're going to get the rest of those stats just 1 second. First place was Johnny Porter, second was Jake Schultz, and third is illegible. We'll get that figured out and get you that result. Women's polearm, first place, it looks like Karen McQueen. Second place, Carly Vorquest. And we're going to get a more legible list of that for those winners. For now, on the purple and yellow list, we have Atlanta Valor in purple facing off against Wendigo from Canada. Our yellow team, the marshals, are in there watching for safety issues first, as well as rules. Many returning marshals this year, many in training to improve their skills. Still 5-5 up top. One Atlanta down, 5-4 for Wendigo. Another Atlanta down, 5-3. 5-3 you can return from. It's tough. It looks like it. I believe that was a spare weapon that went down. And a trade, and that makes it 4-1 for the Wendigo. Round one going to the Canadian team. At the moment, Atlanta Valor fighting out of the purple gate, Wendigo out of yellow. Up next in the purple and yellow list, we have the Wyverns and Imperium returning. We have some winners for the Buhurt International Conference Championships from 2024 that were awarded yesterday. Men's longsword went to Brant Hale. Women's longsword division, first place was Freya Seymour. Women's shield division, Katie Bowman. Women's buckler, Christine Napolitano, and men's polearm, Ian Webb. All those winners awarded yesterday. First contact in the center, still 5-5. Atlanta needs to take this second round to force a third. And a trade. It's 4-4. I may be missing one of the Atlanta fighters. I'm counting 3. That looks like 4 and 2 in favor of Wendigo. Atlanta working to hold on to life in this round. Oh, a hard axe shot setting that fighter down, and that's 4-1 in favor of the Wendigo, taking the bout and the round. Looks like the marshals are explaining something in the corner there. Up next, we'll have the Wyverns fighting out of the purple gate and Imperium out of yellow. Thanks for joining us for Carolina Carnage 2025 from wherever you are. Let us know in the chat. Yesterday we had folks from Brazil joining us. I hope they're back again today. We have Imperium taking the field in the black tabards with gold. And the Wyverns in black and green. The Wyverns taking a hard-fought loss to Bastion in round 4 today. Imperium, another hard-fought loss against Blood Eagles. Both teams eager to get their first win today. The crowd making their way in as the morning progresses. Again, you can't really tell it from the view from the live stream facing the thinner side of the arena, but the seats are filling in here at the T. Ed Garrison Arena in Pendleton. And I think all those blue seats are going to fill up as the day goes on. First contact in the near side of the list. Imperium pushing forward. A Wyvern in the background. A near takedown, still standing though. Oh, and one Imperium down. Wyvern's up 5-4. Hard shot raining in. Another Imperium down. Looks like a Wyvern was ruled down as well. That'll be 4-3. A hard trip. 4-2. Wyvern's up. A hard axe shot coming into the shoulder and the leg. And that one looked like it may have hit the back of the leg behind the armor. Fighter going down fairly quickly. It's a painful shot. Painful shot. The Wyverns taking round 1. we're getting ready for round 2. Got a couple of fighters cycling out. Marshall's getting ready to start the action. Looks like they're finishing up just a couple of last-minute checks for the alternates. If you're new to the sport, you may notice that there are weapons stacked on the edge of the list field near the gates. Those are for a fighter that loses their weapon during competition. They're not able to bend over and pick it up off the ground. They have to go retrieve one from their own team's side and may not take aggressive action toward their opponents during that time, but are still eligible to be taken out. Primary contact along the edges. A trade, it's 4-4. Hard axe shot block in the near side of the list. And another trade, it's 3-3. Imperium needing to hold this round. A Wyvern breaking away to give it a 2-1 in the corner, hoping to get Imperium down to force a stoppage. And that's a trade. That's 2-2. Wyverns hoping to take the match early. Imperium hoping to carry it to 3. One of the Imperium fighters has a hold of the Wyvern's haft, basically disabling the weapon at the moment. And it looks like that Wyvern may have lost the weapon. It's hard to tell. Nope, he still has it in his hand. One Wyvern down and a trade. It's 1-0 going to Imperium. They've taken the second round, forcing the third. Imperium staying alive in round 2. After this third round between the Wyverns and Imperium, we have the Italian Bastards back to face Kenyaz Fire. We're still waiting on final numbers to compare, but last year's Carolina Carnage in 2024 broke a record, of course, for Carolina Carnage itself as an event and became the 8th largest event in the modern history of the sport, beating out several of the world championships. We're still waiting on numbers for this year to determine where this Carolina Carnage will rank. And we have contact for round 3 between the Wyverns and Imperium. A hard running knee. An early trade. And it looks like another Imperium fighter is down in the scrum. I believe that's going to have 4. Are they going to rule that? That's a trade as well. We're at 3-2 in favor of the Wyverns. The Wyvern breaking away to double team the Imperium on the far side of the list. Oh, a hard shot to the side of the leg. An attack from behind, but he's still standing for the moment. Still 3-2 Wyverns. In the scrum working a trade, it's 2-1. That Imperium fighter working to try and trip, and it looks like one's down. A Wyvern down. It's 1-1. Now, if these two fighters go down at the same time, they'll go to a tie-breaking round, I believe, if there's time left. We'll have to see what the judges call, and the marshals call. Wyverns 1-0 in the third round. Up next, fighting out of the purple gate, we have the Italian Bastards coming back for their second fight, and Kinyas Fire for their second as well. We mentioned Kinyas Fire will be taking the yellow list. They are the second team of Kinyas USA, which is fighting in the red and blue list, which you can find at the link in the chat. And we've got action up top. Kinyas Fire in the black tabards. Italy working that axe hard. One Kinyas fighter down. And it appears to be that there was one down earlier and another. 5. We'll see how they score that. But clearly, Italy taking round one in solid fashion. They'll take a short break and then come right back in for round two. Up next, we'll have the Wardens versus Bastion. Marshall's doing their final checks of those alternates. Last thing we want is for a helmet to come off or a piece of armor missing. Quinez making first contact on the far side of the list. Hard axe shots coming in from the Italians. A hard hit from behind, but Quinez still standing. It looks like mostly one-on-one fights at the moment, waiting for a breakaway. Big scrum along the left side of the list. We have one of the Italian alternates out there helping to keep the gate closed. A mass of chaos and humanity pushing against some light hinges. Still 5. Well, it looks as like we may have a trade with some additionals. 4-2, Italy up. Two separate 2-on-1s. We'll see if a Quinez fighter can break away to make it even for just a moment in one of the corners. And if a fighter is pushed out under the list field, they are out. It looks like that's what they might be working on now. And Quinez down. That's going to be the round. 4-1 in favor of the Italians. Hard fighting from Quinez. Up next, we'll have Bastion entering from the yellow list in the dark blue and gold. They'll be facing the Wardens from the purple list. In dark blue with a white stripe and a sun. It's a great day of action here at Carolina Carnage 2025. This is our 9th year here hosting this event at the T-Ed Garrison Arena. Our vendors are incredible this year. I was just snacking on some of the pleasantries from J Mike's over there. They have great Scotch eggs, I can attest to that, and some other goodies I haven't had a chance to try yet. This is a family-friendly event here. And there's family-friendly pricing of the tickets if you'd like to come join us. You've got a good shot there of Ian Webb, formerly of Palmetto Knights, greeting some of his friends from South Carolina. Bastion, another South Carolina team. Palmetto Knights is the hosting team for this tournament. They'll be fielding their melee team in the afternoon. We've got the fighters taking their positions to begin round one. I see Dylan there with that two-handed sword again, initiating contact hard on the head of that warden. Looks like he may be trying to knock a weapon out of his hand, take him out of the fight briefly. Couple of half shots landing from a warden. Quick movement. One bastion down. 5-4 wardens. A running kick. And a hard axe shot coming in on bastion with a trade in the corner. 4-3 wardens. Looks like another bastion down. That's going to be 4-2. Wardens up. And that's the round. Wardens taking it in style, 4-1. Remember, there is a mercy rule. If a team is outnumbered 3-1 or greater, the Marshals will stop the action to prevent injury, since it's quite unlikely 3-on-1 will be recovered from. And injury is much higher in those circumstances. Some quick checks of the gear and cycling in some new fighters. And we'll be ready for round 2. If you can hear some of the sounds in the background here, we have the blacksmith on site working constantly, keeping these fighters geared up and in competition. We're so thankful to have them here year after year, keeping the tournament rolling along. A big thanks as well to Trey and Larry, our executives for this event. They put on such a wonderful event, and there's so much work that goes into this all year long to make Carnage happen and happen better and bigger and better ways. We're always thankful for our international marshals and international staff coming to help us out. It's a great way to build connections across the pond and around the world, to learn from each other, make good friendships, and prepare for the World Championships this year in Hungary. We're ready for round 2. Wardens on your left, bastion on the right. Wardens going after Dylan early. A hard shot. Quick movement in the early part of round 2. A trade, 4-4. Another bastion down, 4-3 wardens up again. Bastion can fight back out of this. Don't count them out. A running shot, and another. Warden breaking away to make contact in the corner. Looks like it was blocked positionally by one of his teammates. Hard axe shot to the helmet. Oh, and another. That has dropped that fighter. Looks like 3-2 in favor of the Wardens. Bastion bringing it back around a little bit. That may be a trade. We'll see what the Marshals call. It's 2-1 Wardens. Ian stalking across the list to make this 2-1 a painful situation. Oh, the hardest hits I've seen all day. But Bastion is not giving up that easily. Ian watching his shot. And he's down. Now, the sport is quite brutal. I don't want you to think that anything about this is choreographed or staged. But certainly there is a level of aggression here. If one of these powerful fighters with a two-handed weapon gets an open shot on one of his opponents, a shot to the helmet is a knock on the door saying, hey, we're here and you're going down. Are you going down in one, or are we going to have to work a little further? Maybe they'll find a more tender area from there. But they're not trying to injure. They're just trying to get that fighter to agree to put that knee down before anything more brutal occurs. Up next, fighting out of the purple gate, we'll have the Wendigo from Canada fighting Peasant Uprising. Following that, we'll have the Wyverns returning against the Blood Eagles. And round one picks up for Wendigo in the burgundy and black. Peasant Uprising in dark blue and gold. We've got a trade in the near side, 4-4. A near takedown, but a recovery by the Wendigo. A good kick, but recovered. A tight scrum in the far left corner. One peasant breaking away to team up on a Wendigo, but another Canadian going to back up his teammate. It seems that the scrum has just shifted positions a bit. We have another fighter down. It looks like that's a peasant down, 4-2 in favor of the Wendigo. And that'll be 4-1 in favor of Wendigo. about to have the second round for Wendigo and Peasant Uprising. Up next, we have the Wyverns and Blood Eagles. All right, and here we go for round 2. Initial contact on the near side of the list, some hard shots on the far side. Runners breaking away. One Wendigo down. Peasants up. Hard fight here in the corner. Wendigo taking some punishment at the top, but standing strong. A breakaway Wendigo looking to take down a Peasant. Successful, 4-4. And another Wendigo down in the near corner. Peasant stalking in. A hard hit from behind, nearly resulting in a takedown. We're working to get those tight shots for you guys. We have a little bit of a new system here. And a trade, and it's 3-1 in favor of the Peasants. Taking this to round 3. Peasants swapping out a couple of alternates. I'd like to take a moment to thank our medic team. Hopefully they will be very, very bored this weekend. Marshals making the last couple of checks. Several marshals in the list. Others watching from the outside. When we get to the 12s tomorrow, they're pretty much all going to be on the outside. All right, and here we are for the third round of Wendigo versus Peasant Uprising. Initial contact, Wendigo pushing into the backfield. Peasant seen unfazed. A trade. And one Peasant down. It's going to be 4-3. Wendigo up. Peasant's not out of it, of course. Well, another Peasant down. That's 4-2. Peasant's not in a good spot and down. That's going to be 3-1 in favor of Wendigo, taking round 3 fairly quickly. Up next, we'll have the Wyverns fighting out of the purple gate and Blood Eagle out of the yellow. Again, thanks for joining us for Carolina Carnage 2025, the 9th year of Carnage here at the T. Ed Garrison Arena. We have a couple of competitors that I haven't seen out yet, maybe fighting this afternoon. Bobby D, Robert Dionazio, has been fighting since 2012 for the United States team. He's here competing again. Also, Bill Woodbury, both members of the original 29 Americans that fought for Team USA at the World Championships in 2012. Elder statesmen for the United States fighters here. Glad to have them back as always. The Blood Eagles in black and red on the right side of your screen. Wyverns in black and green on the left. I'd like to take a moment to thank the staff here at the T-Ed Garrison Arena, always working very hard to make sure that we have the facilities we need to put on a great show. For Clemson University for allowing us to host here, and for Anderson County for helping make this happen. We are proud to have here be the home of Carolina Carnage. Good contact in the center. A running shot, still standing, 5-5. No, looks like we have one Wyvern down. One Blood Eagle down. Another Blood Eagle down in the center. A Wyvern down. Quick action, another Wyvern down. 3-2, Blood Eagles up. Some action in the open field. And that's 3-1 in favor of Blood Eagles, taking round one. Fighters getting ready for round two. Action moving steadily today. The tournament yesterday, the duels ended on time. The Altrans fights ended just slightly early. The tournament organizers always being efficient. We'd also like to thank Tidewater from Virginia for sharing their list field with us, the purple and yellow list that we're on today, to allow fighting to continue at a fast pace throughout the day with multiple pools going. Our marshal, Josh Waters, getting ready to start action for round two. We'll see if the Wyverns can come back. Some hard axe shots to open the bout. And one Wyvern down in the corner. Blood Eagle's up. Blood Eagle running. A hard shot. Taking down a Wyvern. It's 5-3. Another running hard axe shot in the corner. Right into the shoulder there. Looks like we've got maybe a Blood Eagle down and another sat down. It's 3-2. And we'll see if that's ruled a trade, but right now it is not. It is 3-1 in favor of Blood Eagles, taking the second round and the match. Up next, we have Atlanta Valor fighting out of the Purple Gate. and the Italian Bastards fighting out of the yellow gate. We're up over 100 viewers for the purple and yellow list. Make sure that you share this link out with your friends and with people that aren't your friends. Share it with everyone you know. Let us know where you're watching from and who you're cheering on. We'll give you a shout out. If you haven't joined us since all the way beginning at the first fight this morning, Atlanta Valor is in the purple and gray, purple and maybe light purple. They're fighting from our neighboring state, Georgia. They were in the first bout of the day. The Italian Bastards in the maroon and blue, maroon and teal, maybe. All right, here we go. Round one. Italy raising that big axe and raining a shot down on the head. Atlanta not taking it lying down. Valor returning with their own axe shots on the near side of the field. Still 5-5 at the open. But a near takedown, we'll see. We'll see what the marshals rule there. But it looks like an Atlanta fighter is down. 5-4 in favor of the Italians. Italy working those axes in the corner. Oh, some hard headshots. And another Atlanta down. Still 5-2, it seems. Marshall stopping a grip behind the knee, it seems. And an Italian fighter sat down. Combat restarting. Those Italian axes seem poised to strike. Oh, that axe head is traveling like 12 feet to reach its target. It's a lot of momentum. And an Atlanta fighter down. Round going to the Italian Bastards. What a great round. Lots of axe contact there. Wonder if Italy is going to retain those axes for the second round. Not only did they seem effective, the crowd seemed to be really getting into those axe shots as well. And here we go for round 2. It looks as though Italy is bringing those axes back out. Atlanta not afraid of them, pushing the action back to the Italian side. Looks like we have one fighter down. I can't tell which team they were on. Maybe it may have been a Vanguard, or excuse me, a Valor fighter. Another Valor down. Valor taking hard shots in the top end of the list. And that's the match. The Italian Bastards taking round 2 and the match. Up next, fighting on the purple side, we have Imperium and the Wardens coming out of the yellow gate. We're making our way to the end of the second hour of fighting today. We have combat scheduled for another 6 hours here in Pendleton. Fighting, moving along at a good clip. You'll see the Wardens entering from the yellow gate in dark blue with a white stripe. Out of the purple gate, we have Imperium in black with gold. Marshals making their final checks, waiting for the gates to close. I know we broke our pre-sale ticket records this year, but taking a glance around the crowd, it looks like we are over our attendance record from last year as well. Keep in mind, if you want to keep up with all of the action today, we have a second channel from Palmetto Knights offering you the red and blue list throughout competition. Okay, we have the Wardens taking the center of the list. Working to the backfield, looking for a target. Running hits in the corner. A trade. An Imperium down. A hard hit from behind, another Imperium, another. It looks like that's going to be 4-1. Marshals will realize shortly. There we go. Marshals seem to have noticed the quick falling of fighters. Wardens taking a quick round 1. Callie Beard, thanks for cheering on the Wardens. We had a great day of duels competition and outrance fights last night, or Friday night fights. The crowd was a little slim but enthusiastic. We're getting ready for round 2 with the Wardens and Imperium. Up next, we'll have Kenyaz Fire versus Peasant Uprising. To give you an idea, we have pools of teams that will be fighting until their pool is completed. We'll take the winners from those pools. They will go into the elimination brackets. Initial contact on the near side of the list. Warden's pushing in. Not quite as aggressive to get in the backfield this time. Imperium picking up the aggression this time. A Warden retrieving a weapon to continue the fight. One Imperium down. Oh, a hard kick. And a near fall, but not quite. There is one, maybe two Imperium down on the near side as well. And that, I believe, is going to be the match. The Marshals step in 5-1 in favor of the Wardens. A dominant second round, but Imperium not afraid to face even the biggest challengers. We are glad to have competitors from Italy, France, Poland, Scotland, England, the Netherlands, Canada, and the USA, and staff members from all over the world as well. We have competitors from the West Coast, the East Coast, up north and down south, here for your entertainment. We have 6 more fights on the purple and yellow list in this pool before moving on to the next. I'd like to give a shout out to a couple other of the vendors here this weekend. Cell Swords is here right up front. They are offering not only armor and weapons, costumes, padded armor, but recently they added a line of Buhurt approved weapons, axes, swords. I saw one long sword for sale. I handled one of the arming swords and it was very nice. Foothill Inspirations is here for the first time. Wonderful scents. And the Cell Swords can be found at thecellswords.com if you're not here to enjoy it this weekend. All right, we have Kenyaz Fire with the American flag on the sleeve, making contact with Peasant Uprising in blue and gold. Some hard shots on the far side. The fighters on the near side of the list waiting to engage, seem to be watching the fight on the far side. Kenyaz in the backfield, a dangerous place for them to be. Hard axe shots coming in from Kenyaz. And one peasant down, 5-4, Kenyaz. Another peasant went down on the far side of the field. That's going to be 5-3. And another peasant, 5-2. And the last, that's going to make it 5-4 in favor of Kenyaz Fire. Fighters back on their feet, making their way to get some rest for just a moment. All right, and here we go. Oh, well, I saw a raised weapon, got excited. It's apparently a mace that may have ended up on the wrong side of the field. There we go. Marshals checking with the fighters, ready to start the action. Kenya is taking that first round fairly quickly. We'll see what they do in round 2. Initial contact on the far side, some strikes and a kick and then an axe shot. Looking to see Kenyaz break into the backfield, which is usually their target. One peasant down. Another peasant down. It's 4-3. Correction, 5-3. A trade, that's going to be, and that's the fight. It's 3-1, or maybe that was 4-1, Kenyaz. Let's see if we can get a notation from the marshals. Up next, we'll have the Blood Eagles versus Bastion. Okay, yeah, that last round is going to be scored 4-0 in favor of Kenyaz, taking the match. The Blood Eagles will be fighting in red and black out of the purple gate. Bastion in dark blue and gold out of the yellow gate. Faith, thanks for cheering on Kenyaz. I'd like to take another moment to thank our wonderful sponsors for this event. If you take a look at the bottom of your screen there, you'll see Austin Bruce State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in South Carolina and North Carolina. Austin is also here in person this weekend. Thanks for support and for showing up and being here, doing some great stuff for the crowd. We also have Age of Craft returning this year, perennial sponsor of the event. Thank you, Age of Craft. I've won a couple of gift cards or gift certificates for Age of Craft and enjoyed their wares. I fight in quite a bit of their equipment, actually. Soft Warrior Sparta is here for the first time. Welcome. Buhurt Tech returns. Thank you, Buhurt Tech. Mad Axe is here this year. Gohurt Medieval is back, as is Historicum. It's so incredible to watch not only the sponsors of the event grow, the vendors of the event grow, but also the resources for competitors within the sport at large. I usually make a few comments about how old I am in the sport, at least on the USA side of things. In the early days, you had to fight and scrounge, make your own equipment quite a bit. You had to find some Google Translate to figure out who to talk to on Facebook to order equipment from the Eastern European suppliers. And as the sport has grown, the industry supporting it has grown. And now I can order from some suppliers in the United States with a current and easily available in-stock supply, have it shipped into me in just a few days. It's great to see that progress, and it's great to have our sponsors being part of it. All right, we're getting ready for round 1. Blood Eagles on your left. Bastion on the right. First contact on the near side of the list. Hard swinging double-handed weapon strikes. Dylan looks like he's trying to disarm his opponent or possibly decapitating. Hard shots, evenly matched still. The runners still balanced. Oh, a hard swing and hit from Bastion. And a trade, it's 4-4. Hard axe shot to the back. Recovered and still fighting. A grip over the top and a takedown. But it looks like that Blood Eagle is going to maybe knock down as well. Hard to, no, he's still up. It's 3-3. Oh, and a Blood Eagle trips backward. It's 3-2 in favor of Bastion. Those down fighters become obstacles. It's hard enough to see walking forward in these helmets, much less walking backward. Oh, hard axe shots raining in on the Blood Eagle. He does not have a shield to block those. That's going to be a bad day if it catches a joint. And that's 3-1 in favor of Bastion, taking round one. But Blood Eagle is not taking it lying down, definitely making them work for it. We are almost all the way through. We still have 5 more fights after this in this pool for the purple and yellow list. We have a full day of action for you. And don't forget, if you haven't checked out the schedule, we have more fighting, the elimination rounds and the championship rounds tomorrow, Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. The red and blue list is at a separate link you can find in the comments. Up next in the purple and yellow list, we're going to have the Italian Bastards and Wendigo facing off. We'll see if Bastion can take this in 2. It's been a long day of fighting for both of these teams. Bastion has another fight after this in a few rounds. This is the last one I see on the schedule for Blood Eagles unless they make it into the elimination rounds. One Eagle down early. A hard shot, but still standing. Some action in the center of the ring. A hit from behind. Doesn't take Bastion down, although one Bastion fighter down on the near side. Looks like 4-3 in favor of Blood Eagles. And that's going to be 4-2. A tough ratio for Bastion. Hard shots raining into the side. And that's 3-1. Marshall stopping it. Blood Eagles taking round 2, forcing a round 3. If you can join us here on site at the T. Ed Garrison Arena, we'd love to have you. We have axe throwing, lots of food vendors, lots of merchants, some beautiful pewter and sterling silver suppliers, an archery supplier, home goods, fashion, everything except alcohol. Once we wrap up round 3 for Blood Eagles and Bastion, we'll have the Italian Bastards and the Wendigo. here we go for round 3. Blood Eagles and Bastion. Tentative contact on the near side of the field. Two-handed weapons working on the far side. Neither line breaking just yet. Hard axe shots coming in from Bastion. Runners tie up in the far right corner. Bastion breaks away looking for an open target. Looks like he's about to find one with that axe. A trade on the far side center. A trade in the near corner and another Blood Eagle down, pushed over the pile. It looks like 3-2 in favor of, oh, a hard axe shot. Oh, I don't know if he can take much of that without a shield. Bastion raining in shots. Blood Eagles standing strong. The pile rolling toward the obstacle of fighters on the ground. Hard axe shots. 3 to the head. Blood Eagle working for cover. Trading one opponent for another. Still 4-2. Bastion up. And marshals are calling a Blood Eagle down on armor. That's going to be 3-1 in favor of Bastion, taking the third round and the match. What a great round from both teams there. Great round. Up next, we have the Italian Bastards and Wendigo. Two international teams taking the field here. Carnage over the years has hosted teams from Australia, from the UK, Canada multiple times, Mexico, I believe some other South American teams. If you're looking for the ladies competition, that is happening at the red and blue lists at the link above. All right, here we go for round one from the Italian Bastards and the Wendigo. Italian Bastards in burgundy and teal, Wendigo in black and red. Some good weapon contact. It looks like Italy may, no, they have both of those large axes out there this round as well. Thought they may have brought shields this time. Those hard axe shots missing for the moment. But when they find their mark, it looks like we have a Wendigo down. Italy making strategic work with those axes. And a couple of fighters down. Looks like a trade in the far side. 4-3 Italy. Maybe another Wendigo down, it seems. 4-2. Oh! And a hit from behind, making it 4-1. Italy taking the round. Italy has been aggressive throughout the morning's competition. We expect that to continue as we wrap up their pool. right, and we are back for this first round with the Wardens and the Wyverns. Wardens in the blue, Wyverns in black and green. Quick action from Wardens taking down a Wyvern. Oh, and that Wyvern defending that running attack deftly with a kick. A trade. A Wyvern down on the left. It's 4-2. 3-2. Wyverns are not giving up this fight. Hard axe shot. Wyvern standing tall. Oh, hard axe shots to the lower leg. And wait. Watching for a marshal's call. It looks like that's going to be a 2-1. Marshall's calling that fighter down for some reason. So 2-0 in favor of the Wardens. Quigley, Callie, and Paul, thanks for being here, cheering on the Wardens. Up next, we'll have Atlanta Valor and Kenyaz Fire. And we're getting ready for the second round. Both teams showing some exuberance. Tentative lines in the middle of the field. Neither team committing just yet. And here we go. A Warden runner in the backfield. A running kick from another Warden. Still 5-5. A breakaway and a push. Still standing. And a trade, 4-4. Hit from behind, Ian still standing. Another Warden separates from the pile for a double team. A running strike in the corner. Wyvern still up. Looking to retrieve a weapon though. Looks like that was successful. Wyvern working hard and making, are they going to rule him down? No, still standing. That's going to be 4-3, Wardens up. Oh, and one Warden down, a hit from behind by the Wyverns. Wyverns turning the tide. Not sure what that stoppage is. Possibly an armor issue. Oh, the gate swung open. So much humanity right there. It looks like it's 3-2 in favor of the Wyverns when they restart the action. A hard shield punch from the Wyvern. At this point, the outnumbered Wardens may be looking to try and trip an opponent over and a good push there. It's 2-2. Wardens evening it. And Wardens coming back. It's 2-1. Ian looking for his opening to make use of that. Oh! A hard shot coming down. Ian is tall enough, I think the additional gravity from a raised weapon adds to the shot. And Wardens take round 2. A great fight there by the Wyverns. Up next, we'll have Atlanta Valor in the purple list. And Kenyaz Fire fighting out of the yellow side. Following that, we'll have one more fight in this pool. That'll be Imperium and Bastion. After that, we'll pick up the next pool, which will be the Direwolves and the Florida Men. I'd like to give a big shout out to our sponsors again for this year's events. Austin Bruce with State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in South Carolina and in North Carolina. He is also joining us here for the event. Glad to have you here, Austin. Age of Craft is back once again. Soft Warrior Sparta, Buhurt Tech, Mad Axe, Go Hurt Medieval, and Historico. Many of the fighters you see out here are sporting equipment from each of these providers. And some of them may be insured by Austin Bruce, as a matter of fact. We've got a great event happening with dozens of vendors. We have everything from axe throwing to freeze-dried treats, candles, archery equipment, drinkware. Just a great day so far. And there seems to be a broken weapon in a different field, so they may need to run up to see the sell swords to buy a replacement quickly. A little bit of numbers here for you. The pre-order tickets this year outpaced last year's record. As a visual estimate, I would have to say in-person ticket sales are probably up as well. We have competitors from all over the world: Australia, Canada, the Netherlands, England, Scotland, Poland, France, Italy, and from across the United States. And we have the commitment of 4 Buhurt International Board of Directors members here, as well as all of Medieval Combat USA's board. Glad to have their support for this event. A big shout out to all our marshals and support staff. We have folks that are running check-in. We have folks that are running the registration check-in for fighters. Thanks to them for keeping this event running. All right, on the far side, you'll see in purple, Atlanta Valor facing off against Kenyaz Fire in the black and red. That left-handed axeman making early work. Some movement into the backfield, still 5-5. Oh, a hard shot to the hip. That Kenyaz runner working to find an opening and take down the first opponent. But right now, they're still even at 5-5. One Atlanta down, Kenyaz up. And a trade on the right side of the list. It's 4-3. Oh, that was another hard shot to Atlanta. That's going to be 4-2, Kenyaz up. Some hard axe shots on the near corner. Looks to be finding their mark. Oh, and a hard pull down. That's going to be 4-1 in favor of Kenyaz Fire. Kenyaz taking round one. It's always great to be here at the T-Ed Garrison Arena and having the support of Clemson University and Anderson County to make this event happen. Each year growing. I'm not sure how we're going to add much more fighting in the future. If we add another list field, we'll be pushing fighters outside. But I'm sure they'll find a way. Round two, getting ready to start. First contact on the far side, initiated by Kenyaz. Near side hesitating so far, now picking up. Almost some friendly fire there from Kenyaz, but averted. Hard axe shot from Atlanta, trying to chop down that Kenyaz fighter. One Atlanta down in the near side center. 5-4 Kenyaz. A grip from behind and another Valor down. 5-3. Oh, a hard hit from behind, averted. And a trade. That looks like 4-2, 4-1, 3-1. 3-1, Kenyaz Fire taking the second round and the match. CJ, glad you're on your way. Drive safe. We'll see you soon. Up next, from the purple gate, we'll have Imperium facing Bastion in the yellow gate. We've had 19 rounds of competition on the purple and yellow list so far. Only 4 of those 19 have gone to a third round. Imperium taking the left side of the field in black and gold. Bastion, South Carolina team coming over the yellow side in blue and gold. A nice embrace there in the center. Keep in mind, this year has broken last year's record for Carnage. Last year we had over 450 competitors and staff. This year it's over 500. Our Marshal Joss getting ready to start action in the list. Bastion taking a little bit of a different tactic right now. Looks like they're leaving two hanging back just a bit. Unknown if that was for field manipulation or timing, but there's a trade. It seems. Well, apparently not. That's a 4-5 in favor of Bastion. Oh, and one Imperium down. He had lost his weapon and was looking for a replacement, unfortunately, on the wrong side of the list. Hard axe shot to the ribs and another to the head. I believe it's 5-3 in favor of Bastion. Another Imperium down and a trade. That's going to be 4-1, and Marshall stop the action for round one, going to Bastion. This is going to be the last bout of, or excuse me, the last round of this pool in the purple and yellow list. We have the next pool coming up with fights from the Direwolves, the Florida Men, Order of the Silver Rose, the NYC Rats, Pale Riders, Leopard Knights, Pine Barons, and more. Marshals redoing their helmet checks just to make sure. Many of those marshals have been at Carnage since the beginning. Some brand new, learning the trade. Contact in the far side of the list. A little bit of hesitation on the near side. A breakaway from Imperium. But unfortunately, he goes down. Oh, a hard shot to the back of Imperium. He goes down but managed to take Bastion with him just beforehand. Dylan from Bastion leaving to go retrieve a second weapon. And actually, that's the round. Bastion took down another Imperium fighter. Imperium fighting hard all day long, along with all these teams in their pool. And get ready for the next pool up with the Direwolves and Florida Men. And we're back for the afternoon competition at Carolina Carnage 2025. On the purple and yellow list, you have the Direwolves versus the Florida Men. The Direwolves fighting out of the purple gate in green and gold. The Florida Men in the yellow gate with black and red and gold checky. I see that's the round going to the Florida Men. Looks like 5-1. And again, welcome back to Carolina Carnage in beautiful Pendleton, South Carolina at the T. Ed Garrison Arena. We'd like to thank Clemson University and Anderson County for letting us host and helping us host this incredible event, a record-breaking Carolina Carnage in just about every way. If you joined us for the morning competition, thanks for coming back. If you're just now joining us, if you've just received this link from someone, thank them first of all. And we're glad to have you here. Give us a shout out in the live stream to let us know both where you're watching from and who you're cheering on. If you have any questions, we'll try to get those answered in the live stream as well. We also have a second live stream channel pinned in the comments for the red and blue list. We've had a great day of competition so far. We had a great day of competition yesterday as well for the duels and the outrance fights. We'll have those results a little bit later for you. And we're getting ready for round two. The Wolves making first contact on the near side of the list, pushing Florida Men back. We've got runners in the center trying to break away, make contact from behind. But a temporary stop is called. Looks like a couple of fighters down there. One each team, a trade in the near side corner, a dropped weapon, action in the middle, a wolf down. It's 3-2 in favor of the Direwolves. A wolf down, and the Florida Men have tied it back up, 2-2. A hard push. If Florida can take this, they'll take the match. There's a wolf looking for a weapon. Luckily on his side of the list. It looks like he's retrieved it. They're taking a moment to recoup and decide where to attack. Now, these fighters do not want to trade in this circumstance. They'd leave their, and a great leg sweep. Now it's 2-on-1. Florida Men up. In these situations, that last fighter and a trade to the end. 1-0 Florida Man. They take the bout and the match. Up next, we have the Order of the Silver Rose versus the New York City Rats. Marshall's checking over, conferring with the judges, make sure everything is copacetic. We've still got a few Direwolf fighters down, one Florida Man down. I'm not seeing any injury concerns at the moment. Maybe there may have been a challenge. Since the fighters haven't reset, there may have been a challenge. It's unclear right now, but it looks like they may be resetting the second bout. The head marshal on the purple and yellow list is Josh Waters. He is an exceptionally experienced marshal, firm and correct in his judgments. We're going to see, it looks like we may have a reset. This is the first really minor delay that we've had so far in the tournament. Thank goodness things have been moving along at quite a good pace. We're on schedule for wrapping up the 5 versus 5s by 6 p.m. Eastern time. That's going to be another 4 hours almost from now. If you're enjoying the stream for Carnage, let us know. And make sure to check out the Palmetto Knights Facebook page as well as palmettoknights.com. There's a schedule of events found at palmettoknights.com where you can see the progression of activities as well as the plan for the rest of the day and tomorrow. Today's day 2 of competition. Okay, it looks like the Direwolves have left the field, so we're not going to be resetting that. And up next, we will have the Order of the Silver Rose versus the NYC Rats. Shura, yes, we are back at it. Greg, thanks for joining us, man. Gladys, thanks for cheering Charlie on. Hostility, glad to have you here, cheering on the Order of the Silver Rose. So, the Order of the Silver Rose is entering from the purple list, the left side of your screen, in black and white. Opposite them at the yellow gate is the NYC Rats. The Rats have returned year after year supporting Carnage. Always happy to see them. Glad to have them back this year. I'm your host, Sim, the Witch Doctor Holloway, and this is our 9th year hosting Carolina Carnage. Palmetto Knights is the host team. Founded in 2011, hosting Carnage in the same location for the past 9 years. This is a record-breaking event, as it usually is, eclipsing even last year's number of competitors and spectators. We have teams from multiple continents here. And I believe we have a couple of competitors from the Australian teams, though not a full Australian team. I'm not sure that we have a full Australian team, but we definitely have some Australian competitors here. Australian teams did participate in previous years. We were glad to have them and can't wait to have them back. This is the national qualifier for Team USA for the World Championships. So the stakes are high today, but spirits are even higher still. The marshals in yellow doing their final safety checks before the bout begins. And so far, the medics still seem to be bored, and that's how we like it. We hope to keep injuries to a minimum this year. All right, round one begins. Silver Rose meeting the Rats in the middle. We've got a Rat in the backfield, turning, and looks like one Rat down, and one Rose down, and a trade, another up top, and that's a quick first bout with Order of the Silver Rose taking round one in decisive fashion. Walrus Party, thanks for cheering on the Roses. Make sure you share it out with your friends and get them on board as well. Not to rush this fight, but up next, we will have the Pale Riders and the Leper Knights featured in the purple and yellow list. As we're coming back from this break, right before the previous fight, I'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors again, helping to make this event happen and to reward a lot of our competitors with prizes. I would like to thank Austin Bruce with State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in North and South Carolina. Age of Craft, Soft Warrior Sparta. I was giving an interview earlier, and some of the folks there were glad to see them here, and we're glad to have them a part of the sponsors. Buhurt Tech is here. Mad Axe, Go-Hurt Medieval and Historicum. Much of their gear is on fighters out here today. And we have round two beginning. First contact in the near side of the list. A Rat in the backfield, working to tie up with that Axeman. One Rat down, one Rose down. A double team taking down a Rat. Now it's 4-3 Roses. Another Rat down, 4-2. Rat's in a bad spot here. They may be able to work with that downed fighter as a tripping mechanism, and that's the round. 4-1 in favor of the Roses. What a great second bout. Coming out fierce and fighting are the Roses. Don't count the Rats out. The Rats are a no-quit team and a hard-fighting crew. Cornish Buhurt Chronicles, is that the Order of the Silver Rose from Salt Lake City? We're getting set up next. Pale Riders at the purple gate, Leper Knights at the yellow. The Pale Riders, I believe, are a returning team. JMH, thanks for cheering on the Pine Barrens. They'll be up soon. All right, the first round for the Pale Riders and the Leper Knights. One Knight down. And one Rider down. 4-4. Hard contact. One knight tripped over the other. A trade. It looks like 3-2 with the riders up. One rider looking for his target. Still standing. That's 3-1. The Riders, Pale Riders, taking the first match quickly. Well, Cornish Buhurt Chronicles, we're glad to have you here. Glad to see you developing your skills in the sport, and hope you'll join us at Carnage next year. If you're not as familiar with the sport, what we're doing today is 5 versus 5 medieval competition in a historic style. The fighters are out when they make 3 points of contact with the ground, whether that's from tripping and falling, being knocked out, or simply being knocked down by an opponent. If they have an armor failure, that can remove them as well. Or if there's a significant rule violation, a marshal can call them out. Once they go down, they become furniture on the field and can be a speed bump or roadblock or otherwise. Here we are back with round 2. Some work in the backfield by the Riders. Drawing off a double team, but we've got one knight down in the back. Another knight down. Riders taking the lead again, 5-3. Some hard axe shots coming in the near side corner. Raining in. It looks like it's 4-2 and now 4-1. Marshall's calling the fight, 4-1 in favor of the Pale Riders. A good opening effort by the Leper Knights as well. All rising, seeming uninjured. That's a good to see. Up next in the purple and yellow list, we have the Pine Barrens versus the Cincinnati Barbarians. We had a good interview with Jordan from the Cincinnati River Sirens, the sister team to the Barbarians, during the intermission. You can go back and check it out on the replay. She gave some great advice for fighters looking to get involved in the sport. Taking the left side of the field at the purple gate are the Pine Barrens. Wait. Something seems off about that. Maybe not. Could be wrong. Well, that's what our stat sheet is showing. Pine Barrens from the purple gate in orange, and the Cincinnati Barbarians are showing at the yellow gate in blue and red. Good contact and hard hits, but still 5-5. One Baron down, 5-4 for the Barbarians. Rider retrieving a weapon. Oh, a hard axe shot. A breakaway from a Barbarian, working to help with that double team. And that's the round. 4-1 to the Cincinnati Barbarians. The morning pool fighting in this list had some great action going on with teams like Bastion, Imperious, the Wardens. And we're looking forward to a great afternoon of combat as well. Up next, we'll have the Lexington Lycans versus the Plague Rats. The gates are closed. The way out is shut. And here's round 2 for the Pine Barons and the Cincinnati Barbarians. Those two-handers trading blows early on, and then movement, working in the backfield. One Baron down, 5-4 Barbarians. A hard hit from behind, followed up with a good axe shot. A trade on the left side of the field, it's 4-3. Hard punches to the head. Those are some hard axe shots, but that fighter breaking away, not just content to stand there and take axe shots, wanting to push the action and fight back. And that's the round. 4-1 for the Cincinnati Barbarians, taking the bout and the round. A great start to the afternoon action here in the purple and yellow list. We've got action going on in the purple and yellow list. Lexington Lycans versus the Plague Rats. Plague Rats in black and red. I'm assuming that's the brother team of the NYC Rats. Lexington Lycans in green and blue. Glad to have both teams back this year at Carnage. And that's the fight. Lycans taking it 4-1 for the first bout. And the second bout picks up. First contact on the near side list. Ooh, a hard shot to the rear end of the Lycan. Contact on the far side center. Looks like we have a Lycan down on the near side. Some strong axe shots coming in from the Rats. That Lycan still standing. A trade in the corner with a hard headshot to the rail. Looks like another trade, and it's 2-2. The Rats working to keep that fighter up. But that Lycan Axeman. Oh, and the Lycan trips. Thrown down by the Rat. It's 2-1 for the Plague Rats. And it's 1-0. Rats take the bout. So that's one round each. They'll come back for a third. Sorry for the delay in announcing at the moment. We're working on getting the results from the duels and the outrance as well. We're back for round 3 with the Lycans in green and blue. Plague Rats in red and black. Looks like a Rat down. Might have been a trade up top. A hard hit from a running Rat. That Lycan looking like he's trying to recover a spare weapon maybe. Oh, that's a helmet off. The Lycan dives out to safety. And the Lycans take the round and the bout. 1-0, 2 rounds to 1. Taking the field now on the purple gate is the Berserkers. At the yellow gate, the awesome Possums, fielded by your home team, the Palmetto Knights. Is that the masked possum in the center of the list, riling the crowd? We haven't seen the masked possum in a long time, making his return to the ring. You will find the Berserkers on the left in that grayish purple, maybe a plum, and the awesome Possums from the Palmetto Knights in blue and white. Great contact there on the left side of the list. One Possum down. A hard hit from behind. Possum bounces off and goes down. Another Possum down. It's 5-2. Berserkers up. A trade in the corner. That's 4-1. Berserkers take the first round. And we're back to round two. The Possums have to take this to stay in for that third round. A hard hit from the Berserkers. Possum still standing, working the back. A flying kick, deflected. Looks like we might have two Possums down on the far side. A double team on the far right, one Possum down. I think we have two Possums still standing against five, and that's 5-1 for the Berserkers. A great showing from the Berserkers coming out in their first bout. The Possums, I think, just getting warmed up today. Up next, we have the Pine Barrens at the Purple Gate and the Order of the Silver Rose from Utah at the Yellow Gate. All right, we have the Pine Barrens in orange on the left side of your screen at the Purple Gate, facing the Order of the Silver Rose. Both teams back for their second fight of the afternoon. Two Barons down early. A trade with a large suplex. And that's a quick round. 4-1 in favor of the Silver Rose. Getting ready for round two. After this, we'll have the results of the duels and the outrants from yesterday's competition. The Rose bringing out some heavy-hitting pole arms this time. Looks like an early trade and a second maybe. 3-3, it seems. Another Baron down, 3-2. A hard shield punch in the near corner. It looks like he's about, oh, that first one hit the rail, but those second, third, and fourth caused the knee. And that's the round to Order of the Silver Rose. A great showing out there for the second fight for the Silver Rose. Next up, we'll have the Lexington Lycans and the Pale Riders. I know the Lexington Lycans having that tough fight earlier against the Plague Rats. They're probably wishing that the Rose would have taken their time with that fight, give them a little bit more of a break. Okay, so while we have a moment, let's give you some of the results from yesterday's competition. The duels competition for Carolina Carnage 2025. Men's Shield, first place went to Nicholas Homa. Second place to Greg Fisher. Third, DeAndre Cyrus. All great competitors, and I fought at least two of them. Wonderful guys. Women's Shield, first place, Shoshana Shellam. Second, Heather Sanner. Third, Katie Bowman. Women's Shield Open Division, first place was Freya Seymour. Second, Sandy Alterman. And third, Hunter Crawley. Men's Buckler, first place was also Nicholas Homa. Second, Stephen Galligan. Third, Matt Rayer. Women's Buckler, first place was Christine Napolitano. Second was Elise Ellington. And third, Marie Solier Grenier. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Men's Longsword, first place was Luca Pineda. Pinetti. We'll try Pinetti. Greg Fisher was second, and Evan Ringo was third. Women's Longsword, first place was Anna von Vesselborg. Second place, Beth Hammer, and third, Katie Bowman. Men's Polearm, first place was Johnny Porter. Second place, Jake Schultz. Third was Ian Webb. In the open longsword division, Freya Seymour was first, Danny Shorn second, and Sandy Alferman third. Women's polearm, first place was Catherine McQueen. Second place was Carly Winquest. And third, Kathleen Lim. For the Outrance fight, women's featherweight division, first place was Christine Napolitano. Second place, Jordan Cullen. For men's lightweight, first place was Nicholas Homa, really taking hold of the golds again this year. Second place, Kenneth Allen. Third place, Ethan Kinsley. Women's light, first place, Shanna Knight. Second place, Elise Ellington. And third, Ashlyn Powell. We'll pick up with the rest of the Outrance winners after this bout between the Lycans and the Pale Riders. The Lexington Lycans fighting out of the purple gate with green and blue. Pale Riders in black and dark gray out of the yellow gate. And here we are at round one for the Lycans and the Pale Riders. Oh, a running axe shot from behind. With plenty of time to pick a target, there's a trade on the far side of the field. More hard axe shots on the near side center. Looks like the Lycan trying to push the rider, and I'm not sure if a marshal. Fighter is still up. Oh, and crashing shots on the head and shoulders of that Lycan. I won't say unfazed, but certainly not defeated by it. Lycans appear to be up 4-3. Oh, and 3-3, one Lycan down. A hard grappling match at the far side center. Almost over, it seems. A trade on the left side corner. Now it's 3-2 Pale Riders. And a quick trade back, 2-2. That's all Lycan gets pushed back over. It's 2-1, Pale Riders up. Looks like that rider is switching out for an axe. Oh, a hard shot to the thigh. One to the butt cheek and knocked over a downed opponent. That's going to be a hard-fought victory for the Pale Riders. Picking back up with some of the Outrance winners during the break. Men's medium, first place was Johnny Porter. Second place, Kyle Olson. Third was Nathan Kitchen. Women's medium, first place, Rochelle Hams. Second place, Hunter Crawley. Men's light heavy, first place, Evan Ringo. Second place, Ben Splitter. Women's light heavy, first place was Beth Hammer. Second place, Rachel or Rochelle Arndt. Men's heavy, first place, Brett Skinner. Second, Chris Sanner. Third, Jackson Wheeler. Men's ultra division, Pete Moe was first. Patrick Hurd was second, and Kano Matheson was third. And they had some really great fights. I was commentating on the men's ultra heavy division, and there was some really hard fighting there. We also have Buhurt International Conference winners. The Buhurt International Conference winners for 2024, a selection of them are men's longsword, was won by Brant Hale, one of the Palmetto Knights members. Women's longsword division, Freya Seymour, also a Palmetto Knight. Women's shield division, Katie Bowman. Women's buckler, Christine Napolitano, also a Palmetto Knight. And men's polearm, Ian Webb, one of the wardens, but a former Palmetto Knight, so we're going to keep claiming him. We've got a contact again in the second round. Oh, a hard shot crashing in. Looks like it may have been blocked. One Lycan down, 4-3. Math is getting hard, and it's only Saturday afternoon. 4-5 in favor of the Pale Riders. That Lycan holding strong, waiting for backup. It arrives, but so does backup for the Pale Riders. Oh! Stiff axe shots crashing down on the thigh of that Lycan. Practically unable to defend those. Oh, and more axe shots. How many of those can he take? Well, plenty more, it seems. It's 4-3. No, still 5-4. One of the riders having to run back to switch weapons. Recover one. Another Lycan down. 5-3 riders up. Oh, and that was a quiet shot. You did not hear steel in that shot. That means it completely went around the armor and looks like it went right into the ribs or armpit area of that fighter. It went down quick. One of the Pale Riders checking on that Lycan, though. That was a brutal shot. Our marshals checking on that Lycan. Hopefully just pain and no damage. Up next on the Purple Gate, we'll have the New Order facing the Florida men out of the Yellow Gate. The New Order, I believe, is a returning team. I seem to recall them from the list last year. New Order in black, purple, and green. Florida men taking the field in black with red and gold checky. Of course, the most dangerous bit of wildlife here. I mean, we've got warlords, we have wardens, powerful people, we have mythic creatures, dragons, kelpies, and so forth. But by far, the most dangerous of them all is the Florida men. All right, first contact on the near side list. Florida man working to the backfield. Caught by an order. One Florida man down. New order up 5-4. Hard axe shots in the near corner coming in on that braced arm. Those are not fun shots. That may, okay, that was not a trade. That's a third Florida fighter down and a fourth. That's the bout. That looks like 5-1 new order. Florida men facing some stiff competition this round. We've been briefly graced with the presence of the Blue Possum at the live stream booth, making his way around the arena, encouraging the fans. We'll be getting the second round between the New Order and the Florida men started in just a moment. Up next, we'll have the NYC Rats and the Cincinnati Barbarians. Thank you for joining us on the Purple and Yellow List stream. Make sure to open a tab so you can view the red and blue list as well. And here we go. Round two. Let's see if Florida men can punch through the New Order's defenses and get an early advantage. It looks like they're trying. Well, that's a trade, 4-4. Looks like another Florida man down due to a double team. But they even it out, and that's a trade as well. Where are we at? It looks like 2-1. Quick falls this round, 2-1, with the New Order swinging in with that one-handed axe to the back of the Florida man, not giving up, using every weapon he has. And a walking takedown. Hard round for both teams, but the New Order coming out on top, winning the second bout and the round. In just a moment, we'll have the NYC Rats taking the purple gate and Cincinnati Barbarians at the yellow. Carnage has broken records again this year, increasing the number of competitors, increasing the number of staff to support these competitors, increasing the ticket sales both pre-order and it seems at the door by my estimate. We've got a great number of vendors here as well to entertain the crowd during the intermissions, and if they just need to stretch their legs a little bit. Expanding the festival side of the event as it grows. This is our 9th year here, every year hosted at the T. Ed Garrison Arena in Clemson, South Carolina. We'd like to thank Clemson University, T. Ed Garrison Arena staff, as well as Anderson County, giving us a home for the biggest event in this sport in the Western Hemisphere. We're still waiting on totals to find out where we rank overall for events. Last year's Carnage was the 8th largest event overall by competitors in the modern history of the sport. We'd like to give a shout out to our sponsors. At the bottom of your screen, you'll see the incredible and wonderful Historicum, bringing great equipment to our fighters and support staff. Buhurt Medieval as well. Mad Axe is back again, as is Buhurt Tech. Buhurt Tech also a frequent sponsor of Palmetto Knights events at large. Soft Warrior Sparta, glad to see you here this year. And the return of the sponsor, Age of Craft. And on-site, Austin Bruce State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in both North and South Carolina. Taking a look at the list, we have the NYC Rats at the purple gate on your left in black and red. The Cincinnati Barbarians in red and blue fighting out of the yellow gate. A good hard push to open things up. I think the Rats are trying to bring the heat early. The Barbarians, fitful for their name, large and imposing. Oh, those are brutal shots. And another. That axe taking out 2 fighters. It's 5-3. Barbarians up and going to work. That's 5-1. The Barbarians take that round quickly and strongly. As we're getting ready for round 2, I'd like to give a shout out to a couple of our merchants here today. Cell Swords, they have a booth and they are offering, it's a new addition to their lineup. It is Buhurt Legal Weapons sold on site by U.S. distributor. We're very excited about that. Very excited to have them here as always with our events. They can be found here at Carolina Carnage and also at thecellswords.com. J. Mike's Flavor Station, they're the ones hosting our turkey legs and lizard sticks. I've heard the lizard sticks are good. I have no idea if they're made with real lizard, but they're wonderful. And the Scotch eggs are great there too. Highly recommended. They've got award-winning meats and sides, and I would certainly give them an award just for the Scotch eggs. We have Foothills Inspirations, bringing us some great scents. We have our axe throwing back again this year. It's a very family-friendly event. If you'd like to come out next year, the pricing for the event is also family-friendly. A day family ticket is only $30. That's 2 adults and I think 2 children, maybe more. Check Eventbrite to find out more details. Jake, up next, we have the Leopard Knights and the Plague Rats following the second round and maybe a third for the NYC Rats and Cincinnati Barbarians. Round 2, first contact at the far side coming in from that pole arm. The NYC Rats not shying away from contact, jumping right in there and going to work. Looks like one rat down. A rat well defending that 2-on-1 on the far side. They may have to sacrifice 2 to get that one rat. Oh, hard axe shots. Now the axeman facing off. Dueling for polearm supremacy. They did have to trade to get that rat down. Now it looks like maybe 3-2. It seems 2-1. Yes, 2-1 with the Barbarians up. Oh, and a quick trip with a step. Barbarians taking round 2 and the match. Up next, we have the Leper Knights and the Plague Rats. That will be our 31st match in the purple and yellow list for the day. And we have round 1 of the Leper Knights in green and cream versus the Plague Rats in black and red. Some good shield punching, a couple of axemen facing off. I always love to see those. Oh, a hard polearm shot in the near side list. It looked like he turned around for revenge. Looks like a trade on the far side. And maybe an additional. And Plague Rats take the round over the Leper Knights. I wonder if they caught leprosy from those Plague Rats. Sean, yes, NYC has both the Plague Rats and the NYC Rats. Teams are able to field more than one set of competitors. We have the company of the Pale Horse in one list and the Pale Riders in another. We have Kenyaz USA and Kenyaz Fire. And as far as I know, the NYC Rats and Plague Rats are coming out of the same base team. After this bout, we will have the Direwolves and the Awesome Possums. Getting ready for round two. The Plague Rats stepping out dominantly and making first contact on the far side of the field, wasting no time against the Leper Knights. One knight down. It seems another on the near side. Hard to tell. Oh! Those axe shots are taking care of business there. It looks like there may be the Leper Knights have swung it back. It's 2-1 in favor of the Leper Knights. Wait, it seems they're calling a stop to the action. We may have a safety issue outside of the main group of fighters. They're in a holding pattern right now. We'll see. Josh Waters, the head marshal over there, getting input from the other marshals to make sure the right call is made. Action resuming, 2-on-1. Leper Knights up with those hard axe shots coming in. But there are still fighters downed in the area as obstacles. Wait, marshals may be calling an armor issue. All right, it looks like they're going to get back to the action. Two sets of axes raining down. We'll see if that rat can find an obstacle. Being leveraged now. And the Leper Knights take round two, forcing it to a third. While we have a moment, I'd like to give a big thanks to our production staff, Joel and Dex and Greg, returning this year. Greg being the senior, doing great work year after year up here. We're always glad to see Joel and Dex doing incredible work. New to the team this year is Dusty and Rosanna. We're glad to have them here, along with Tiffany. And, of course, we can't forget Sherry. She's not always in the booth with us, but always in our hearts. Good contact at the far end of the list. Looks like it's breaking up into mostly one-on-ones. We'll see if an advantage can be gained that way or if someone will have to break away. Looks like we have one knight down and another. The Rats are up. Wait, no. The Rats take it cleanly early. I believe that was called 5-1 in favor of the Rats. Up next, we have the Direwolves and South Carolina's team, the Awesome Possum. Greg, thanks for cheering on Josh. The teams get a lot of the glory, get a lot of the fan base, but we got to have folks that are fans of the Marshals as well. Taking the field in blue and white are the Awesome Possums. In green and gold are the Direwolves. Psycho Goldfish, thanks for cheering on the Rats. We're glad to have you with us on the live stream today. While we have a moment, I also want to give a big shout out to our media crew down there on the field. Chelsea, Tim, Jennifer, and Megan doing great work down there, making sure this event is well seen and documented clearly. Oh, and heavy axe contact to start out the round. Both of these teams eager. We have a great runners duel going on here. One possum down. And another, that's 5-3 in favor of the Direwolves. Hard shield shots landing in the near corner left. A hard sweep, but the Knight stays up. And that's the round, 3-1 for the Direwolves. That's right, Greg. At the risk of sounding like I have a man crush on Josh, I will say, except maybe Larry, but I'd call him equal. Up next in the purple and yellow list, we have the Pine Barrens and the NYC Rats. First contact on the far side with the trade, 4-4. Another trade, 3-3. Another trade on the far side, yep. And the Marshals sitting a Direwolf down, not sure why. It's 2-1 with the Awesome Possums having the advantage. They have the corner. It's a tough spot with the obstacles there on the ground. Now back in the open field, the Direwolf facing off against two Possum. Pushing hard, both working to sweep. And the second bout goes 2-1 in favor of Awesome Possum. That'll push it to 3. Very few of our matches here today have gone to a third bout. Those third bouts really gas out a team. It's best to keep them to a minimum, but if you lose that first round, you need to push it to a third. Nunya, thanks for cheering on the Possums. The Awesome Possums are one of the Palmetto Knights teams. Palmetto Knights being the host team for this tournament. And here we go, round 3 for Direwolves and Awesome Possum. Neither team hanging back this time, putting it all on the line. One Possum down. They're not out of the fight, though. Well, that Possum is out of the fight. The team is not, of course. A second Possum goes down, and that does not bode well for the home team. Those are some hard axe shots. Another down. We're at 4-2. The Possums will have their work cut out for them. Gonna have to find somebody to trip. Or possibly get a 2-on-1. And oh no! Possum comes back and takes a good trip, but then gets blindsided, and the Direwolves win 3-1. I do have a strong heart for these Palmetto Knights teams, being on the Palmetto Knights myself, but I also love all of our competitors here. The great thing about this sport is that we're truly cheering for everyone. Up next, we have the Pine Barrens and the NYC Rats. We've got the Pine Barrens in orange on the left side of your screen near the purple gate. You can see the marshals there checking them out. And the NYC Rats in dark red and black from the yellow gate marching toward the center. A cut across by the Pine Barrens. Some strong axe shots coming down. Rats no stranger to that. One fighter down, looks like it may be a Pine Barren. Another one rat down, 4-4. Looks like a rat and maybe a trade in the corner. 3-2. Yes, 3-2 with the Pine Barrens up. Reese Jordan, I'm not sure about your, is there a fight schedule? Yes. There should be a link at the top of the chat for a Google document. If you can scroll back up, you'll find it there. If you can't find it, if it's washed out, the old link for that, you can go to palmettonights.com. Click on Carolina Carnage and look for the tournament schedule link. You'll find a Google Doc that will have different tabs you can check and look at each list. Here we are, ready for round two. Those falchion shots raining in on the shoulder didn't seem to have much an effect until it distracted the fighter, but they go for a trade. It's 4-4. Looks like we're mostly broken up with 1v1. We have two 1v1s kind of piled up near one another. A good punch in the far left corner. A push back to the center and a trade. It's 3-3. Oh, and a Pine Barren loses a weapon but takes his opponent out. It's 3-1 with the Barrens up. We'll see if they can capitalize. One Barren down. It's 2-2. That Barren doesn't know the rat is coming. A hard hit, but it looks like it was caught by armor. Thank goodness. And a trade. It's 1v1. I have not seen a draw in this list yet. Pause to check shoulder armor, and then restarting the action. Those leg shots, in a pro fight, they would be scoring points, but for now, oh, a hard knee, hopefully to the gut. It looks like the rat has the, oh, we nearly had a lift. And the Barren's knee is down. That round goes 1-0. Hard fought, well earned to the NYC Rats, 1-0. That'll push us to round 3. Seems like we might be having more third round decisions in the afternoon fights than we did in the morning. Up next, we'll have the Lexington Lycans and the Leper Knights. But we still have one more round for the Barons and the Plague Rats. It looks like the Pine Barons are working to get their last member on the field. Maybe an armor issue down low, it seems. Sometimes the articulations in the leg armor can gap open with tough strikes or throws. That may be the issue at the moment. And he's back. Wait. Double check. Oh. And he's back in action. First contact in the center of the field. Disengaged and working to the backfield. One rat down. Hard shot from the Barons. A trade in the, well, yes, it looks like a trade in the far center. Another trade and maybe an extra rat down with him. It's 2-2. Wait. Oh, that rat is sat down. Not sure what happened there. It's 2-1 in favor of the Barons. And the Barons take round 3 and the match. between the New Order and Berserkers went to the Berserkers. The Berserkers took that round pretty decisively, 4-1. One final check of armor. The gates are closed, and we're ready for action for round 2. Oh, lost balance to the Berserker in the center of the ring. Now it's 5-4, the New Order. Big tie-up on the near side. One order down, another. Berserkers are up 4-3. Stalking in. And a trade, it looks like it's 2-1. And the last order fighter down, 2-0, going to the Berserkers. Up next, we have the Order of the Silver Rose and the Cincinnati Barbarians. The Cincinnati Barbarians and the Order of the Silver Rose, both teams undefeated so far in this afternoon's competition. Mark, thanks for cheering on the Roses. Let us know where you're cheering from. Thanks for joining us again, cheering on the Roses. Tara, thanks for cheering from Utah, home state of those Silver Roses. The Order of the Silver Rose on the left at the purple gate in black and white. At the yellow gate, we have the Cincinnati Barbarians in red and blue. Some big axe shots raining in. Runners not yet committed, but now they are. Oh, and a trade to open things up 4-4. soon-to-be obstacles. Another barbarian down, a hard axe shot, and another. Roses working to benefit that advantage, but the barbarians take it back. It looks like it's 3-2. The Roses are up. The fighters in the corner working, ending up with a trade. It's 2-1 for the Roses. And the Barbarian is down on that pile of other fighters, practically a foot higher than his opponents for the moment. But that first round going to the Order of the Silver Rose. Barbarians are not going to take that line down. They're going to come back strong. I have a feeling that this is going to push to a third round. Mark, thanks for cheering on the Roses from Utah. Bailey cheering for the Berserkers. Thanks to have you here. Eliza, thanks for cheering from Utah. We got a lot of Utah viewers. Glad to see it. Hopeful Sunset Mountain, also from Utah. Thanks for being here. Will McClure, I hope you're enjoying the fighting. I hope you get to see some more of the Lycans. If you're enjoying this stream today and today's event, please make sure to share the link out. Give us a thumbs up on this page. We want to reach some new viewers. Hard axe shots coming in. The Berserkers swinging back hard. A trade in the center, 4-4. Oh no, heartbreaking. Two more Barbarians down. A trip like that is so disheartening. It's 3-2, Order of the Rose, Silver Rose. And that's 3-1. The Roses taking it in 2. Up next, we have the Pale Riders fighting out of the purple gate and the Plague Rats out of the yellow. While we have just a moment, I'm going to remind you of the Buhurt International Conference Champions for 2024. This championship is based on points earned throughout the year 2024. Brant Hale was awarded Men's Longsword Conference Champion. Women's Longsword Division awarded to Freya Seymour. Women's Shield, Katie Bowman. Women's Buckler, Christine Napolitano, and men's polearm to Ian Webb. Look at all those roses in the chat, cheering on their Utah team. Well, here we go. Fight number 37 of the day for this list. Pale Riders in black and dark gray on your left. Plague Rats in black and red on the right. Pale Rider in the background. Sneaking behind that rat. We'll see if they can take advantage of it. Looks like a trade on the far center. Broken down into 4 1v1s. Oh, and one rat kneed from behind with a running knee. 4-3 Riders. Rat breaks away and is stopped by a marshal. Apparently they have a local stoppage for some reason. I think a rat was sat down, but there's a rider still up. 3-2. Riders with the advantage. I believe that's 3-1, and there's the fight. Well, the first round, that is. First round going to Pale Riders. Here we go, ready for round 2. Pale Riders dominating 4-1 in the first round over Plague Rats. Good contact on both sides. A rat slipping to press. Trade. And then a rat down. Three to 2 looks like. 3-3. Opposing 2v1s, opposite side of the field. A rat down. It looks like they may have traded. It's hard to tell. No. All 3 of those fighters were ruled down. So now it's 2 versus 1 on the near side. It looks like, well, there's one left standing, and that's a Pale Rider. 1-0 for the Riders. Up next, we have Awesome Possum versus the Florida Men. Looks like it's still pretty even between the Possums, though one just went down. Looks like 4-2, Florida men up. Oh, and a Possum taken from behind, and they're down 4-1. And the Marshals stop it. First round going to the Florida men. Gladys, thanks for cheering on those Possums. They are awesome. A couple of quick substitutions, and we'll be back for round two. We are so pleased to have international fighters represented and international teams represented here this weekend from all over the world. Not only is the United States well represented, of course, because it is the national qualifier for Team USA, but we also have competitors from Italy, France, Poland, Scotland, England, the Netherlands, Canada, and Australia. In previous years, we've had entire teams from the UK, as well as Australia, joining us, and South American countries. Previously, one of the Mexican teams joined us. All right, the gates are closed, and the Possums and Florida men are ready for round two. Hard contact to open up the second round. Florida men pushing back against the advance of the Possum Knights. Excuse me, the Awesome Possums. A couple of each down early. Another Possum down. Looks like maybe 3-3. 2-2. Oh, a turn, but a little too late. It's 2-1 in favor of the Florida men. If you were following along with the blue and, well, Marshals are stepping in on this one. In this brief pause, I'll point out that if you were following the blue and red list, there was a 2-on-1 situation earlier that the one came back and tripped the other two quickly. One fighter is not necessarily out when facing two opponents. Oh, a hard turn and getting sandwiched in the middle. And it's a draw. The first draw I've seen all day. That last Possum pulled the two Florida men down. Surviving to get a round three. Now that is not a win for the Possums, but it prevents the loss. Keeping those rodent dreams alive. A little bit of information here for you about the possum. The possum is the only known North American marsupial. The more you know. If you've never seen a possum in person, let me tell you, they are frightening. They look cute until they open their mouth. Like some members of the Palmetto Knights. And round 3 picking up. A trade, it's 4-4. Oh, a flying kick into the rail. Marshals have called something. Looks like a possum is down. It's 3-2. Possum's up, but taken from behind it. It's 2-2. The Florida men have evened it back out. It's 2-1. Florida men have returned with a vengeance. Those two large Florida men. Still standing, and the Florida men take it. Barely. 1-0 in round 3 to take the bout for the Florida men. Up next, we have the Direwolves fighting out of the purple gate, and the New Order fighting out of yellow. Direwolves in green and gold. The New Order in black with teal and green. Check back in with those thumbs up. Thanks for giving this video a thumbs up. We want to reach a new audience to expand the sport. Let's hope that the trending algorithm will pick us up. And you can help with a good thumbs up and a share to your friends. And here we go for round 1. Pushing contact, a spin, changing partners, a hard axe shot to the shoulder. Another, and again. A trade in the near side, 4-4. A hit from behind. Wait. Looks like a fighter was called down, not sure why. But it's 4-3. The New Order up by 1. A trade. 3-2. New Order still on top. And that's it. Marshall stepping in. Marshall stepping in while it was still 3-1. New Order taking the first round. Flues, thanks for joining us from Ohio. Glad to see that you're fighting. Would love to see you fighting at Carnage next year. Come on down. If you'd like to catch the replay of the Duels and Altrants from Friday's competition, once today's events are over, go ahead and check it out on the Palmetto Knights YouTube channel. If you're looking for the red and blue list, we have a pinned comment. Open up a second tab. We'd like to thank the board of directors of Buhurt International for having 4 board members here supporting this event, as well as all of the board of directors of Medieval Combat USA. Thanks for being here and showing your support of your organizations for this event. Flues 1, if you have a second, let us know what got you into Buhurt. Where did you discover the sport? Beginning round 2. A hard hit from New Order. And a spin with a drop. New Order up 5-4. And a trade pulled down. And another. That one New Order fighter losing his weapon, but taking down 3 competitors so far. And it appears a 4th! A powerful pull, but he sat down. I wonder if the weapon caught underneath the front of the helmet. That may have been. That may have been the infraction there. Oh my goodness. Rich Ellswick is in the chat. Glad to see you here, Rich. If you didn't see the interview with Sean Fabian earlier, you got a couple of shout outs in that. Make sure to check it out during a break. Jay, thanks for cheering on from Atlanta. And it looks as though we may have a trade to finish it out. New Order on top. For those of you joining the chat, if you see the comments by Rich Ellswick with the Pain Bank, he is a veteran, a longtime veteran of the sport, an incredible competitor, and very knowledgeable on the rules. Not sure what's happening here. Wait, no. Apparently it was still ruled up. Closely watched contest in here. If he can continue, I'm not sure. Ruled 1-0 by the Marshals. Going to the New Order. Brandon and John, thanks for cheering on the New Order. We still have the Direwolves on the field. Or do my eyes deceive me? I believe the New Order won. Hey, the Direwolves, I'm sure, are willing for another fight. Okay, Marshall seemed to have worked it out. Up next, we have the Berserkers and the Florida Men. The Florida Men only having a 1 fight rest, and not a very long fight at that. The Berserkers strong in their earlier bouts. Hopefully the Florida men have had a chance to catch their wind. They're not near the field yet. They may not be expecting that quick of a turnaround. There they go. They're making their way over. John, thanks for cheering on the new order. You know, we've had fighters in their 70s competing at Carnage. And my preferred version of the sport are the duels and the pro fights. Duels are a very different beast than these melees. If you prefer a little bit more of a finesse chess match competition, that may be a good opportunity for you. All right, and we're back. We have the Florida men in black with red and gold checky against the Berserkers. Still 5-5 in the opening moments of round one. One Berserker down. Looks like a Florida man down as well. 4-4. Good knees right coming in there in the far left corner. A lot of pressure on the top of that fighter. Running double team, one Florida man down. All the action. Wait. We have a Florida man standing for some reason. Okay, there we go. And the marshals stop it. The Berserkers on top. Looks like 4-1. Rich, I like that idea a lot, getting more direct rulings either from the head marshal or from one down near the field. I kind of like the idea of the NFL mic'd up ref to hear the ruling. We do have a section on the notes of the Google documents. Maybe we could get some updates that way in the future. Looks like one Florida man down on the far center. And two Florida men down in the near left. And that's 5-1. The Berserkers dominating round 2. Blues, I tell you, this sport is great no matter how you like it. Just find what gives you happiness and swing a sword at it. Rich, thanks for the shout out. We'd love to have you here anytime you care to join us. Although I know it's hard to keep you off the field and in a live stream booth. Up next in purple and yellow, we have the New Order and the Awesome Possum. New Order having a very short break. Taking the field. They're walking through the yellow gate, but they're going to be fighting out of the purple gate is the New Order. Yeah, Rich, I do like that idea about hand signals. The cards are fairly easy to see. After the New Order and Awesome Possum, we have the Direwolves and the Berserkers. Five to 1 in favor of New Order. The Awesome Possums taking a beating that round, unfortunately. Well, Flues, even if you're not quite ready to jump out on the field and compete, there's always room for more support in the meantime until you're ready to compete. It's also a great way to get to know folks if you haven't already. Make connections and even buy spare armor if you're still looking to equip yourself. And just a heads up, this is the next to last fight for the purple and yellow list, and it seems that the red and blue list only has a few more fights to go. It seems that we'll be finishing possibly well ahead of schedule today. We'll have to see. That's okay. If you have budgeted until 6 o'clock tonight and we finish before then, you can pick up the stream from yesterday and fill yourself in on the duels and outrance. Good contact in the corners and center. One Possum breaking away and tripped, but then a double trade and some quick work. That's the fight. Wow. The new order taking that round, 3-0. Up next, Direwolves and Berserkers to wrap up the yellow and purple list. After this, make sure to be ready to switch over to that red and blue list for the final fights of today. And be ready to join in tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern Time for the beginning of the third day of competition at Carolina Carnage. We will not be having any awards this evening because, of course, the tournament is not over until tomorrow afternoon. Each team set up with their fighters. It looks like the Berserkers are fielding mostly weapon and shield. I see one pole out there. No, make that two. Direwolves punching into the backfield early. Berserkers returning the favor. Hard axe shot up top. A trade in the center of the field. Another in the corner. Berserkers are up 3-2. Direwolves working those one-to-ones before. Oh! A brutal axe shot to the low back, taking that fighter down. A devastating shot. Luckily, it appeared to be on armor. And that fighter is back up. So as we have just a small break, I'll mention there's an interesting component to some of the materials used in the sport. The requirements have changed over the years. When I started, it was basically all chromoly 4130 spring steel made around the house with your friends. You're lucky you got something shipped over from Europe. I was fortunate enough to buy some used equipment from some of the Ukrainian fighters that came over for a tournament of chivalry many years ago. Since then, some other materials have been used that allow for more flex, and they're commonly used in those body armor plates. Sometimes the downside of that is that plate can vibrate, flex, and create a greater impact than some of the chromoly steel variations. One wolf down. Berserkers up 5-4. Oh, and a hit from behind, but the wolf lands in the corner, still standing. A trip on a wolf in the center. 4-3. Berserker going to retrieve a weapon and coming back. Certainly looking for a target. Marshall's resetting the fighters. And the action picks back up. Another wolf down. It's 5-2. Not looking good for our Direwolves. They're not out of the fight yet. And that's the fight, 5-1 for the Berserkers. Well, again, we'd like to give you a big round of applause for joining us today at the Purple and Yellow List stream. Remember, we still have a few more fights available on the Red and Blue List stream that you'll find pinned here. Before I go, though, I'd like to give a big shout out to our sponsors again, Austin Bruce with State Farm Insurance for all your insurance needs in North and South Carolina. Age of Craft, Soft Warrior, Sparta, Buhurt Tech, Mad Axe, Gohurt Medieval, and Historicum. I'd like to thank all of our vendors and food sponsors here this weekend. I'd like to thank our hospitality staff, our media staff, registration support, and of course, our live stream staff. We couldn't do this without them, and we couldn't do it without you. Thanks for the feedback when we asked for pronunciation of someone's name, for engagement when we ask for your location or who you're cheering for. This makes a big difference, and when I find a fighter that you've been cheering for, I do my best to let them know that you're at home pushing them forward. Now, we're getting ready for another big fight on the Yellow and Blue List. This is Sim, the Witch Doctor Holloway, signing off for Purple and Yellow at Carnage 2025.